But we're it's like. They're recording, they're like, what is wrong with those people? What is happening?
Is it
Are we
tough?
recording yet?
Like, type laptop?
Yeah, it's more, yeah, because we drop, so we don't take care of things.
Yes.
So I have to be able to take it, drop me in.
Take a look and keep on.
Yeah. You want to see if Mike can hear us on there?
Hey, Mike?
You know, I really liked that bumper.
Mike, you there?
No,
I,
he can hear us, I bet, because he responded, but we can't hear him.
I just turned it up a little bit.
It could be he's, where is he at?
hey, Mike, you were breaking up there earlier. Can you?
Yes, I am. I don't have,
So we have a long one here for this controls box.
He's on mute, you unmuted you.
Well, it's closer to you.
Don't give Lori that much power. You never know what Lori might do.
Your tone,
Sorry, I can't hear you.
Yeah.
It's not right.
when you're done for that.
Yep.
Just hit, just,
Push the red button.
Red button?
yeah, and that'll, this will be
So-
all live on YouTube.
Ever push, right?
So we are live. We are live on YouTube. We want to go ahead and get this meeting started. And so thank you all for being here in person. I know that with the business of life and the sickness sometimes that's going around, it makes it harder to. So I appreciate you all being here. I appreciate you joining us. Mike, from wherever you are in the world, thank you very much. You were given notice that my counselor Kim will not be here with us this evening. So she was a little late, so she was able to get a replacement. So we will not have our counselor for her. She's good. She's just her counselor needs. Yeah, she just. She can join us in the next meeting. Let us go ahead and do a call to order. And I will go ahead and conduct that myself. In his absence. So let's see. I am present. Lori.
Present.
Present. All right. Diane,
Here?
thank you. Mike Meyer.
here,
All right, there you go. Marie.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Mike Schultz.
Here,
In person.
in person.
Mike Smith here. Thank you. Megan. Welcome.
I'm here.
Thank you, Megan. Chris West. Have not joined us as of yet. I wasn't aware of his absence.
I don't think he's gonna be here.
Okay.
I know he's not going to be here.
Oh.
That's a better answer.
Is he in jail?
I just know that he is not in town, so.
Okay.
Okay.
Good.
All right.
The way you said it, like, I don't think he's there somewhere where he can't leave.
So,
Well, actually, I know he's somewhere.
thank you, Ty, for that confirmation. Approval of the minutes. Has everyone had a chance to look over the minutes from our last session?
I don't even remember the last meeting. Was that?
Any additions?
That's where we got to shoot the taser.
That was just a comment effort.
Yes, we did.
I remember this now. I see charts. I move that we approve as printed.
Second.
All right, we have a motion. We have a second. Any discussion? All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
aye.
Oh, sorry, we have a delay, Mike. I'll give it a little more time. Is there anyone opposed? Are you saying aye in favor, Mike Meyer?
Yes, I did. I'm sorry. I hit a rumble strip at the same time I was saying aye.
Oh, that's perfectly okay. That's perfectly okay. All right, all opposed? Now all opposed. Okay. So the motion passes, and so the meeting notes will be accepted as written. All right, let's do some board member announcements here. let us start with Diane.
Okay, I'll probably do most of my talking when we talk about traffic safety committee, but I'll start off by saying, the SRO post was really good today.
That was so
And
sweet.
yeah, that was a really cool like kickoff, but it also seemed very personal, that he was introducing himself and the way that I really liked it. And so I would imagine it's probably gonna be really well received. I haven't followed all the comments yet, but I saw that and I thought it was really nice.
Good.
Okay, Marie.
I got nothing.
I don't know whether this is due to some of my neighbors or whatever, but there's been a lot more things going up and down Willow Drive recently, which I really appreciate. To the point where my sister, who's visiting from Colorado, said, "Is this because you're on that committee?"
No.
So it's very safe for the community, I appreciate it.
Good.
And you're on the other side of Black Hill versus Harbor.
Live into the left. Live Hill.
I think take a left, but going up the hill. Yeah. Just okay, I'm on the opposite side.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's because of Brian, that's why.
I told her it was because of me.
Mike Meyer, we'll jump over to you.
I don't have anything to contribute at this time. Thank you, though.
You're welcome.
I love his preciseness. It makes me think like we're gonna get it later.
Megan, anything for you?
Yes, a couple things. One, piggybacking on your comment, Diane, about SRO Wolfer's post. I really appreciated that in the post, he specifically addressed how, like, without coming out and blatantly saying, we'll take it so your children don't have to if their school shooting occurs. He alluded to that, like, we are trained to not hesitate. We are trained to go in. We will protect, to not worry about these parents. I really appreciated that he acknowledged it and he addressed that concern right before school starts. The other thing is I'm very excited about this. My child and my husband have technically it's called conditionally passing the pre-certification for their Taekwondo black belt test. So Parker does want to come see you and see how the police do their Taekwondo mom. Like, okay, we'll do that. But the official, real test where then he gets a sword is October 23rd. So now it's just practicing and, polishing. But that was a pretty big deal in our house.
How old is he?
9.
Last time you gave me shit for
Actually, he's using it as like, I will protect you. Who's bullying you, mommy? We'll take care of it.
It's my sword.
That was pretty good. And the Sherwood Wine Festival was done this year by Rotary instead of 503 on Court. And we had a successful event. We had lots of compliments, especially from prior people that had attended. And we made the profit that was our year 1 goal, which was fantastic. Which means now Rotary gets to grant out all that money to Sherwood and regional and international projects. So, and we had 0 incidents where police had to be called. So, that's always a plus.
Yes, yes.
Okay, now I'm done.
Wonderful.
But I was
Good
excited to
stuff.
share all these things.
Good stuff. All right, Mike Schultz.
Good to finally be here in person, but other than that, nothing to report.
Are you a firefighter?
Yes. Yeah, I mean, all the ones that have been in person, I've been working for, so I've either been Zooming or calling in and listening, so, yeah, it's good to be here in person.
This is tough though, because when we're zooming in, we put you on mute and we talk about you.
Yeah. Well, and half the time I probably wasn't there, because I'm on duty, so if we get a call, I have to take off and come back, and I just left my computer on, so. But usually I tried to have the camera on so that you could at least see that I was there, and then if we got a call, shut it off. Yeah, so it's good to be here in person. It's been busy.
Good night.
Good night.
All right, Lori.
Nothing too big to report. We had National Night Out earlier this month. It went really well. It was fun to see the officers out there in numbers. It was fun to see them interacting with the kids especially. It was fun to see the water gun fights. Seemed to be, I like the music, the live music seemed to be a nice touch. It was just nice to see people out and talking, seeing all of our officers. So if you were there, thanks for being there.
Yes. Well, I was there and it was a blast. I think, like you said, the live music really made it something special. And the kids' interactions with the cops was great, with the live music and parents able to sit out, you know, the kids were having fun. And, you know, it made everybody just really have a real, just really relax the whole scene with the music. They had great music selection, really diverse, and it was great to see our new captain out there and get to talk with him. Got to see Miss Beauty.
Yes.
I love that name,
She's-
that's awesome.
She's such a wonderful dog. She's so nice. In fact, in worries at times, they were just so nice. Okay, if something happens, we know that she's got to get into her stance.
Oh, I'm
real quick.
sure she's just fine.
Yeah. She's awesome.
She was a
She was
poser.
good.
I was watching her from sort of the sidelines. And Corey got her and brought her around and she was just off the side back there by the bathrooms. And I noticed that she would come up to the children and she would sidle up to them and she'd look for pets and then she'd sit down and she'd look up at the camera. Oh, you are something, aren't you?
Yeah, she is definitely a big beauty. So that was a really good position. And she's going to do a lot of good for not just Sherwood, but to Portland, Greater Metro at large.
How old is she?
4.
So we can have her for many years before she retires.
We'll probably hopefully get 6-7 years out of her, yeah.
So,
Maybe longer.
all right. Now we get to jump into some business, and we started last week touching on the survey that was distributed to the community back in 2018. Yes. We were talking about, Megan had made a motion and Chris seconded to have this be a topic on our agenda for this month, so we want to have time to go over that and to look at what was on the survey. If we see how.
Chris and I just were thinking we needed to update the questions given, you know, the events of the national conversations that seems to be happening around police departments and Black Lives Matter, had a pandemic, like, this was a much different time in society. So he thought, and I agreed, that which is why I made the motion, we should update the questions to be more socially relevant.
Now, if we can start from the top. I do have a question in terms of, because for me, it's always important that the input we get about the Sherwood Police Department and how it's conducted comes from people that live in Sherwood. So this one looks to be as if it were in person. I see it's, you know, it says, are you a resident of Sherwood? If not, terminate interview.
It was.
Okay,
It was at National Night Out, we just walked around, hey, would you like to do this survey? You can be anonymous, or you can share your name, you know, you want to be contacted by Chief Broke for further discussion of your answers. I almost think we could scratch questions 2 and 3, just leave it at, are you a resident, yes or no? Or do you work in Sherwood? Because like Mason, for example, they're clearly a Sherwood business. They might have an opinion, whether they live in town or not, I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I do like that. As far as having it done in person or using social media like such as a Facebook survey, is there any discussion on preference for having us just go door to door and talk to people, or to businesses and talk to people, or having?
Chris's thought was a Google form, because then we could either, I mean, if we want to do it in person, we can. We can put it out on social media, but we can make it so that the Google form automatically puts it into a Google sheet, and then we have all the answers and all that information just in one spreadsheet. And Angie and the other admins don't have one for the stack to go through.
Yeah.
I would assume, don't you think that's why he was bringing that up, just to be more.
Yeah, to collect the data. Yeah, I think we could do
door to door, but if they're anything like me, I won't answer the door.
That's what I was gonna say,
I
yeah.
know, it's like, don't you see my no soliciting sign?
Well, and I remember even when we did it at National Night Out, but we also collected it from even our own like neighbors and friends and because we figured that we all are going to talk to different people, so that was also getting a different,
Yeah.
demographic of people each individually. So I think we collected it that way.
Do Facebook posts or email your friends as well. What I like about it not being in person is that you don't have to have Angie or anybody tally it up as you go. The Google form makes it a lot easier.
I was thinking of redundancy, so if we put it on Facebook or social media, we don't want the same person to fill it out twice, and then how can we ensure that they're not doing it on Facebook and can't do it somewhere
I think
else?
you would just do a Google form, and then I wonder if it would be something where you have to sign up with an email and you can't use the same email.
No.
There's a way you could do it.
Yeah, because like the school board comments are in Google form, and I mean, at least they appear to be. But, I mean, to your point, Marie, like, yeah, someone could go in and do the survey 10,000 times. It's not like you have to log in.
I mean, if somebody
But
really wants to
They
do
don't.
it more than once.
we're gonna see their name on the spreadsheet and just be like, well, Brian did it 7 times. Why don't we just, collate his answers and see why he changed?
He changed his mind.
So we can then filter by name and email.
Yeah.
It's a spreadsheet, yeah.
Yeah, okay, great.
I think that how long you've lived in Sherwood is relevant and interesting, because you might have a different opinion if you've only been here
Under 5 years.
under 5 years.
So maybe just the rent versus own?
Yeah, I don't know why that matters.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Property taxes. No, that's fair, because their property taxes go, but their rent goes to the rent to the property tax to the, I mean, all goes to property tax at some point, right?
Yeah, but if
You're a little bit more connected to it, that makes sense, that's fair.
But what does that have to do with, like,
Paying for the police department, your property taxes.
less, yeah, you want to leave people to pay more.
We pay more,
renters don't pay?
not property tax, no, they pay
They
more
really
rent,
don't pay property tax, how do they pay for police?
they don't.
They don't.
Okay, I'm worried I didn't listen to learn something new about
Technically,
But
their
I'm like,
rent,
why do we care about taxes?
But it is interesting because it doesn't, this, from the devil's advocate side, I mean, we don't wanna also discount sort of opinions of, I mean, I feel like whether you rent or own. I mean, I know that the money, the funding then comes from you and you make decisions on the funding if you pay taxes, but I still think the opinion is important regardless.
for sure.
Yeah, a renter is going to call 911 and you're going to respond and not say, hey, I see records of your property taxes.
I mean, there is property tax that's paid on that rental facility, whether it's an apartment or
Yeah.
whatever, but the person that owns that land is the one paying. So, and eventually, yes, the property tax is paid and the rent is going towards it technically, but if it goes up, their rent doesn't always go up. Anyway,
I'm only looking ahead to see if there are questions regarding funding, and I do see,
we said we wanted to maybe, we did want that in there, if I remember correctly.
I think it's important because that's gonna be something that we will be, speaking to and making decisions about.
Number 12, talks about funding. I think it's an important question.
Would you support additional funding source to increase the budget? Now, if we have only renters filling this out, they all said yes, and we went to city council.
Yeah.
We should just- Police department said, hey, everybody support you.
There's no funding for it.
The room is full of homeowners. Where's this coming from?
I think, I do remember us talking a lot about property tax versus, what was the other thing that, we talked about?
Fees, levies.
Yeah,
Bond measures.
bond measures and that kind of
The
stuff. So I
hard
think,
part, because I was asking about bonds and the response was they terminate, they have an end date. And so we can't really fund versus using a bond, we could a levy, because that's on like a water bill or something, is that right?
No, bond and levy are probably similar because the levy it's up about every 5 years or so, whatever that limit is. So it's always gonna go to the voters. A bond is a period and then it's done. Kind of like the school bond.
Yeah, that's
You
what.
get a bunch of money and then when it's done, and then you're gonna have to go back out again. A levy is just kind of like every 5 years you ask to continue it versus this whole new thing with bonds.
So maybe 12 would just be like to support funding through the general budget and take out the fee levy.
Plus, so the conversation that needs to be had, and it's gonna all wrap around what this community wants, what they wanna see in services now, you know, and out to 10 years from now. And I know when you ask people to look 10 years out from now, they don't necessarily know, but we need to start thinking about that, finding that seed, because it gets here quickly, and we can't continue to be behind. But that all being said, is the general fund is 100% funds the police department. And there's only so much money. And we're gonna outgrow it. And so we're gonna have to, in my opinion, and this is where the help of the board and the community input is gonna be invaluable, is to say this, yeah, we need to find other sources. And we're willing to have a fee on a water bill or whatever it is. A levy's an option, but a levy is voter driven. So, you know, to your point you made earlier, the narrative in the field, at the time that comes up, you're gonna be juggling, you know, how supportive people are gonna be.
The other part of it is, I can see people saying, well, you have a foundation, isn't that your own private?
No.
But you can see where someone would ask that, right?
Yeah. And I think the messaging and the education piece is important on that, but we've said all along, I mean, they simply augment tools, equipment, and some resources. I mean, they're nowhere near.
Dog will retire.
Yeah, nowhere near even.
And we specifically will not go anywhere near anything that the city is supposed to be covering.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, but I'm saying, like Titus said, that education has to be out there, because people think, well, you have your own personal kitty here, why don't you just, leave that up?
Well, sure, okay,
Yeah,
that's a smaller
magically.
pool of people, please
Yes.
donate to that kitty.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's do this. So because I want to make sure we touch on all these questions. Thank you, Chief, for jumping in there and speaking to that regarding the funding piece. So we're going to get into that a little bit further. So are you a resident of Sherwood? We're going to keep that in.
Yep.
Okay. Good.
So let's cross off with no terminate interview, because it's gonna be electronic.
How long have you lived in Sherwood? I mean, I think that's a relevant question.
Yeah, but we could also take out the boxes and just have it be fillable.
I think in general, anytime you see the boxes, it becomes you could.
But it groups them into categories as far as
It
responses.
becomes a comment versus a
That's true.
statistical thing.
Yeah.
The more you have it,
It gives you some of this data that is like behind here.
yeah, the more you can make the answers planned, it makes it so you can not have to do a bunch of read. Cause something might be like 16.75, 15.2, and then you're just like, for God's sake.
So 0 to 5 is a pretty broad, in my estimation. Does everyone else think that could go in even more? 5 years, most people move. 5 years, sometimes, especially if they're renters.
I think it's
Especially
fine.
if you think it's doable.
I think it's fine.
I think it's okay.
Yeah.
Keep that. Great. Do you rent or own your home? We're keeping that in. I like being able to break down this is the response, but not just this is the responses of these around people.
Yeah.
Are you aware of the staffing challenges facing the Sherwood Police Department?
I would scratch that one, because number 7 makes them think a little bit harder, because we're asking, well, how many police should we have? I'd rather put in, like, during the day, we, make 7 bigger, like, during, 8 AM to 8 PM, we have X amount of officers, but 8 PM to 8 AM, we have X amount of officers. Given that, how many patrol officers do you think we should have, and then ask the quantity. But that's why I think like we could do away with question 4.
I like that question 4 at least is not planting, but kind of, it's making a little bit of a statement that there are staffing challenges at the Sherwood Police Department. Are you aware of them? Yes or
I
no?
don't even think it has to do with how many police officers there are, like COVID or just general getting people to become police officers.
But it's nice because it a little bit leads into sort of the remainder.
So maybe we put 4 and 7 stacked, like make it 4 and 5 or something.
I think it's okay that it's not on top of each other, because it's,
Yeah, I mean, I'm fine with them being separate, but I think number 4 is, are you aware that the Sherwood Police Department faces staffing challenges.
Yeah,
Rather than, are you aware of the staffing challenges? So one, yeah, do they, don't have enough minorities? Do they, what are the staffing challenges? Yeah, we've got them. Are you aware that the Sherwood Police Department has them?
that's true.
It's a good way of saying it different.
I think if you look just at the results, even though it had 6 respondents, you know, some of this is just it's indicative of kind of where I think we need to drive these questions, because 39 of them said, so more than 50% said they didn't even realize there was staffing challenge. So I think this is, even though it's old data, minimal data, it still kind of gives you something to make sure that we're addressing the questions needed.
Brian, are you taking the notes to give to Angie, or do you want one of us to take the notes to give to Angie?
I'm doing it too.
Are you doing it? Okay.
I was just making sure somebody was doing it.
Yeah, I'm getting all of it.
So what would our language be different for number 4, Mike? I mean, what would you say?
Are you aware the Sherwood Police Department faces staffing challenges?
Yeah, like it's a statement.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So no joke.
Well, that's the part that I do kind of like about the way that it, and where it falls in the beginning, that there are challenges. Are you aware of them, yes or no?
Yeah.
Are you aware that the SPD faces staffing challenges? Okay.
And something I like spelling out all of the names, the words, vocabulary instead of having.
Oh, I wouldn't say SPD. It's just my own notes.
Thinking of Sherwood, what are your top 3 priorities for the Sherwood Police Department?
Why don't we take off thinking of Sherwood because it's redundant? Just what are your top 3 priorities?
Now, there's gonna be 3 opportunities for them to put in.
Well, in a
books.
Google form, it can just be like a comment box. We could limit, I think,
You can limit letters in there, you can't
Characters.
limit, there's characters.
so,
So 3 comment boxes.
Yeah.
no, it would be 1 box, but they would,
No more than
Well,
100. I think the only challenge with that is that you're not gonna get it like this. You're not gonna get it, you're gonna get a big box that we're gonna have to sort through.
so we
Which
could do
that exercise Angie then did do for things that were more open-ended, but because then it wasn't the entire theme, and she was able to group them a little bit into category, like reoccurring category themes. But it was nice that we see, maybe there's things that we don't think about, but somebody brings up and adds on here, it's nice to know what those.
I'm just wondering if it should be 3 comment boxes versus 1 comment box. The 3 comment boxes comes in at 3 rather than at all grouped in 1, but if she hadn't come through it anyway, it doesn't matter.
But I think we'll have a much larger response than this because we are going the way. of-
Should we ask Angie's opinion on that one, what she thinks is easier?
My other thought would be have a
She will
small,
do whatever.
I know, but we need to make it so that she doesn't get this ginormous box with somebody's diatribe about life.
so I did it when I did, I don't remember what survey Chief Grove had us do, but I had to put together like the 300 and some surveys in an Excel spreadsheet for Angie to then distill down another level. So I'm wondering if maybe what we do, because it's gonna be open-ended, is put together like 2 or 3 of us to just spend a couple hours and
Put it in
do
a
it and
That's
then
fair.
give to her, this is what we've done, feel free to, comb through and fact check us, change things, we wanted to at least start the process for you.
Yeah, I don't know if it's a fair statement.
Is there any reason that you can't put specific concerns for them to check box and then leave a box open, like?
Like in other.
Yeah.
Yeah, like,
We could have
distracted driving.
15 or
I
30.
mean, we could come up with a lot of criminal activity, so.
Oh, yeah, and then choose your top 3, that's a good call.
And then, people are gonna choose more than that, but that's fine. But then have other box that in case there's something
We didn't plan
specific
on.
to them,
Yeah,
might be a little,
I
just,
like that idea.
you could even use some of the priorities that are on here.
well, traffic is a big one, school safety, I mean, all the enforcement concerns that we hear, where do they, what, I can come up with a list.
Well, even like the list that was.
Say, pick your top 3.
Oh,
I
yeah.
mean, we've got a list, we could,
Oh, there you go. Here we go.
we could use some of these and theme them.
Yeah, actually, this is a
Well,
great list. I don't know how we got to this list though, I guess that was.
It was probably from the comments that she got, she.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was,
The top
yeah.
priorities, the other ones, I guess, concerns.
Okay, yeah,
I think we can just use those and I think together, maybe make it closer to 15. I don't know why 15 is,
But some of them are a little redundant.
yeah.
Well, like educating young people on the importance of law, we could make that just, education on policing or something, and then other things might fall into it.
Like the folks at the academic.
Yeah. All right, I like the idea of using this as a starting point, and, I don't think that 20 is unreasonable as far as the number of
That's
steps.
on here.
There's more than that, but some of these can be.
There's some of these you can come, like, they bring up staff 3 or 4 times. I think you can just say staffing challenges. Whether it's detectives, supervisors, more staff, I mean, the staff comes up, I think, 4 times.
And traffic light for commuter, more traffic controls. I mean, we have a traffic committee now that we didn't have in 2018. We could even take traffic and just make it one,
Yeah,
like
Traffic
road
issues.
issues or,
Traffic issues.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, because even like visibility throughout the city, I don't know what that means.
Well, an SI road could easily fall under school safety.
I don't know visibility, I don't know what that
Or
means.
traffic, bike, commuter, I don't,
So is this something like you would wanna distill down and tell us? Or,
We could go through it right now if you want.
I think we can do it.
Yeah, we can do it.
I started a list.
so this would be.
We wanna march them off as we go. So the first one I put there was traffic.
Are we on the priority, sorry, just to confirm, are we on the priority ones?
Priorities, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
Does anybody
so
wanna
question 5, right?
mark traffic lines off of this, make sure we hit them all?
So question 5 would be traffic.
I said school safety. Staffing. The other one I said is school shooting. I didn't know if we wanted to separate that between school safety and we don't have to, it's just a,
hey, Marie, just for me in clarification, can we, because community safety is like number 1, can we see what else ties in under that umbrella and then
yeah,
lump those together? So, because I got community safety and then I have, safety or pedestrian, or I'm sorry, there's more safety. Yes, more safety in neighborhoods. Some of those where we can just,
So we can cross.
do you wanna just call it community safety or? are you
Yes.
wanting-
Yeah.
Okay. No, I think that's fine. I think community safety, I didn't realize that was the first one. I kind of moved in school safety.
Well, and I think like it says public outreach, educating young people, we could just have outreach and education. Or we could relabel it proactive policing via outreach and education, something like
Or
that.
just say education.
Well, is Mike Myers or Mike Schultz, do you have an opinion? I'm gonna make sure that, Lori, Mike, Diana, if you have anything on it.
I think we're headed down the right track.
Okay, so what do we wanna say?
I think we need to try to remember that we are used to talking about all of these terms among ourselves. We know exactly what we're talking about. The rest of the community may not. So instead of being
Yeah.
overly broad in our categories, I think we need
Yeah.
to think about what are we trying to tease out, because there, you just said education.
That's fair.
My head is gonna go to schools. You know,
Okay.
not education as far as the relationship between the community and police.
So
So what-
community education, is that what you would that?
I like the outreach
Okay.
via education, community outreach via
Like the-
education or.
Well, what I was thinking is because we were the SBD was unable in 2020 and 2021 to do what she wrote, always said was proactive policing.
Yeah.
Not as in we're looking for crimes or people that look suspicious, but we are in the community. You're gonna see us getting coffee at symposium. We're gonna be walking around, Target parking lot. You're going to see us and we are available, to smile, wave and chit chat with you.
I think
We're
that's
not
the
waiting
visibility
for it.
throughout the city. I think
Yeah,
that's
so
what
then
that
I'm
meant.
wondering if it'd be proactive policing, like through outreach, through education, something like that. To take a few of these off.
Well, I hear outreach and I think of what you said, visibility throughout the city, like outreach is the officers actually going out and making those inroads with the community having coffee with the cop, before coffee with the floors, all those.
So maybe like community outreach events, community relations.
Or community engagement.
I like community engagement.
Yeah.
That's a good word. Good work, Brian.
I'll
Yes,
review.
you earned your salary for today.
Before we leave tonight, I'll go through and make sure the exact words are what we want.
What's CIT officers? I should probably know that.
That's a critical incident training, it's mental health,
Oh.
behavioral, components, so it's,
Which we already have now.
well, we have the MHRT team. CIT is a 40-hour specific class for
Got it.
9 officers to go through, so they have a base understanding
Great to do that,
of
okay.
how to.
I think we should have a mental health, something around mental health as a priority. Mental health support, mental something. I don't know what the words are, Brian, go.
What was
Do
that?
you, but
Or did Mike say something? I didn't hear what you
He
said.
said awareness.
Awareness, that's a good one.
Then said that.
No, not you, Mike, not Mike.
do you mean for the officers themselves or from
I
the
think that's
officers
right.
extended toward community members?
I think that's it.
Yes, to both. I
So
think it's
maybe
a
like-
really broad topic, but I think it's an important topic for a lot of people.
What if we did like a mental, like for the officers, say something like mental emotional support services for officers?
Yes,
Now, that would be a completely different component.
it would, but I think it's an important statement as a police
what did I
officer.
just
Like,
say?
I don't know, but it was good.
Mental and emotional support.
Mental emotional support services
For our officers.
for officers. And then maybe some sort of mental health training and awareness for community engagement, something like that, is
Yeah.
the big idea we're going
Yeah.
for, right?
Yep, I like it.
Say that?
What would the, so,
Well, the CIC officers, though, isn't that more like their mental health response to a service call?
Yes.
So that's
what
different.
I'm trying to
That's what
word.
she's trying to word, that's what she's trying to word.
Yeah.
yeah, so you're talking about,
Well, so that's one, so the first thing that you just said, that was good for the officers,
Right,
and then
and
this
then-
is, we're trying to word, the response for,
Because
what's
remember
that team called?
MHRT, mental health response team, that's the clinician
Right,
in our
in
office.
Washington County,
Yeah.
well, and now we have.
Yes, in South City, too.
we got 2 officers?
One.
One officer.
Well, and a clinician.
Maybe we just make that a checkbox, mental health response team.
I think that's
Do we
fine.
need to? We already have it.
But do
But
people
does
know
people
that we
know?
have it and they know what it, they may not know we have it.
They may think, yeah, that's a great idea. Because part of like what came out of the, in my opinion, horribly named defund the police movement was not, let's just annihilate police departments. It was, let's diversify them with other specialties that, no more other specialties, right? Like there might be like,
To address community needs.
yeah, so you want, say, 10 sworn officers, but you get 5, and you get 5 specialists that are out on calls.
Yeah, cause you have one and one, you have
Yeah,
two people
that's
to
not
hit
enough.
every mental health call.
Well, I would say the bigger health related calls that.
Fair, but
Because this is where that CIT platform comes in for
yeah,
the control level to.
right,
To
oh,
get
to
a
help
baseline and
diffuse
go out,
it, yeah.
go out and deal with it. If it escalates or that's where you then lean on the MHRT team.
That,
But we don't
Wants to
have to say
sleep.
there is a team, we could just say mental health response,
Yeah, I think
coordination or team or something like that.
to Lori's point, I mean, we have it. I think it's, this is the balance where we need to let them know what we have and what it supports. And then, do you want more of that? So I think saying that we have a team out there, and this is.
Maybe that's a question,
That's a
alright,
separate
is
question.
that a question, are you aware we have mental health response?
Yeah, I think it should be
Or
separate.
whatever they are.
Oh, I'm not, that's, that gets where it gets tricky, because I'm thinking, I want the public to, you go out and ask, nobody's gonna know what MHRT is,
Yes, agreed.
or what they do, or their purpose. We need to educate them, because otherwise they're not gonna support it unless they know.
Yep,
So a separate question where we say, this is a team that exists for Washington County. I don't know, would you support, or is it a concern, some sort of language like that for more in Sherwood?
specific to Sherwood.
Well, that's where you talk about
That
the,
seems specific to Sherwood.
So we're looking at where they're willing to put their own money, right? We're looking at it from a funding
Would you
perspective.
support diversifying our police department by, adding funding for these?
And we do have that, so that, again,
I don't
so we have a team that is specific to 12th and Sherwood and Tiger. There's a team that works every day, and that team responds within all 3 cities to any mental health crisis. Every 4 weeks, our officer is on call for 2 weeks at a time.
got it,
Does that make sense? They
Yes.
rotate, so each city has an officer and they do 2-week stints with the
right,
clinician.
and every 4 weeks they rotated, yeah.
And so it's one clinician that works with 3 different officers and they go to everything within those 3 cities. Now, most people don't know that. The question will be, as we move forward, and again, this is the 3 to 5 year
Yeah,
thought processes. What are we gonna look like in 5 years? Are we gonna need 2 teams?
well, one clinician, that's a lot on one clinician.
It's a lot of work, yeah.
And yes, a lot on the police officers, but that clinician,
Wait a sec, why don't we, if we're doing this let's just step back a minute from the questions. If we're doing this as a Google form versus, hey, we have one night out in August, go to your neighbors and friends ahead of time. What if we chopped this up and so it was maybe 5 surveys over 6 months?
people
But where it's like staffing.
we need,
Yeah,
we have one hit wonder, what?
Can
People,
we, alright, so we.
I love what you're
Because
doing.
my thought is then you could educate on, here's, like reading comprehension test, read this and respond.
Well, when you do these things, can we set up a form that's got like that little eye in the side?
The informational.
Did you know
Yeah.
that we have this?
And it can have a link to the website.
Right, and it could, or it could have a little blurb that says, we do have this,
We can't make
how
that
important is this?
easy like little eye, but we could put in,
Hyperlinks.
well, we
You
could
could
put
put a
in
comment
links and we could, the mental health response team exists, these are what it does, for more information, click here. And then pose our question, something like that. Google Forms is really like, here's your, what wines are you going to bring to the wine festival? And then they just list, there are 5 or 6, it's really.
But you can put comments into it.
But, yeah,
And so you could, it has a little triangle, it's not an eye, it has a little triangle in the corner.
So, and I don't know that we really
I'm
need
not
to get
the
into
technical.
this, because the question is, what are your top 3 priorities? Okay, if your priority is to make sure that we've got someone who can address the mental health, there's your answer. We don't necessarily need to get into it any further than to say, this is important for the community, we know we need to keep this around. So I don't know that we really need to,
or maybe instead of top 3, we say rate these.
Well, if you got 20,
that's gonna be.
that's a large
Well,
grade. I think
was
it's
thinking
top 3,
They could just
20.
make 3 selections.
Yeah.
And then, we get numbers based on.
But
So
I'm
maybe
thinking-
we just say mental health, community mental health support, something like that.
Well, I don't know, we want the police officer to sign
Well,
up to
that's
be, yeah.
That's the hard part, is
I think
trying
it's a
to address
response,
that.
it has to do with more on the response of a mental
Officer
health crisis.
education for community mental health response.
Which is the CIT, correct, the CIT program?
Yeah.
Okay.
Which they're not gonna, they don't know what
Officer
CIT.
education on mental health response.
You want me to-
Well, I think I have it. I'm practicing.
We need to say words really slow as we say them.
I can only write so fast, I can type a lot faster. Officer education on mental health.
Or to enhance response to mental health, community mental health
Oh, thank you.
emergencies.
Look at that.
Emergency prevention issues.
Enhanced response to community mental health emergencies. I like that. Or events.
Or mental health emergencies within the community or something like
Do we
that.
want events or emergencies?
I don't think we want an event, I think
Yeah.
emergency.
No, let's just choose a word.
I like
To mental
emergencies.
health.
I like emergencies.
Okay.
We have a mental health event, we've got a bigger problem.
No, I'm thinking of, she wrote like comment of like, if you have a child on the spectrum and they're causing an uproar at Rainbow Market, how do you want that handled? They haven't committed a crime, they're not like endangering anyone.
I still think it's an emergency. I mean, it sounds a little bit
That's what-
dramatic when you say it's an emergency. I see that as, I get where you're saying it's an event, but
Okay, I got it.
when I think of an event, I think it's like a bunch of people in a room having an event.
All right, I'm gonna hear from Diane real quick, and I like the way she's got it bubbled out, and so what we can do is just touch on those, and then we can maybe break them up.
Just because, so I read through the list and I kind of consolidated them.
Thank you.
You know, kind of the topics look like. So we already said community safety, right? So that's one.
Community safety, yes.
School safety / school resource officer, kind of the same topic.
Okay.
So that's another. You touched on already the mental health, so it sounds like you got that wording down.
Those two, okay.
Yeah.
But we did separate them out between officers and community.
Which I think makes sense to have both, because they're different. Pedestrian safety, I circled that
That's
because
just like the
it's
traffic.
different than traffic
It is.
safety, and
It
it's
is.
in our traffic safety, pedestrian safety comes up a
It's a
lot
lot, it's
separately.
huge, I think it's huge.
Does biking fall under that, or is it just pedestrian?
I mean, I suppose we could group them together because it's sidewalks and bike lanes and crosswalks and, right,
Yeah, I
they're
would-
related. So we
Pedestrian
could
slash-
put slash bike safety,
Body safety.
if we're grouping.
I think you can.
The next one is, which maybe you already wrote it down, but public outreach / visibility, it seems like it
No,
captures.
I have
But we can talk
safety
to
and
that.
community
Community
engagement.
engagement, yes, so that
Should
is,
I change that one?
No.
no,
Okay.
community engagement is good,
Okay,
because it seems like it captures those two, but it was worded in a few different ways in this list.
okay. Traffic issues separate from pedestrian
Yeah.
bike.
You have staffing.
Yeah, that's
as well.
down
I
here,
have
but, so
staffing.
staffing / funding, because, again,
Hand in
multiple topics.
Should we
And then-
separate them
We could put
though?
slash funding next.
I mean, I'm wondering if,
Well, I'm just thinking kind of the way that
Yeah.
people worded it before, but putting them into, so kind of using the community's language from before and putting them into.
Well, I
I'm
don't
just
think that makes a
wondering if-
lot of sense for, if people say, well, how'd you come up to this? We looked at 2018.
no, I'm just saying, I feel like funding, they may have staffing as a priority, but not funding it as a priority. That's the only, I don't know.
Well, I had officers even say, make sure I'm anonymous here, but I live in Sherwood and I would not approve funding as a resident for my department because it goes into the general fund and there's no guarantee that it's
It's gonna be, yeah. geared,
diversified straight to
Funneled. to-
funnel, thank you.
Yeah.
I was like, ooh,
Leave it together, I'm overthinking it.
Mike, you feedback on that?
I don't think we're going down a good path here.
so far we have 9 boxes.
And
Keep
then, so you wrote down traffic concerns / speeding, I put / speeding because they're kind of.
I just put traffic issues, what do we need to make it?
I'd say / speeding, I know it's
Traffic concerns and speeding, okay. Yeah, I did it small.
Yeah, so I left that separately because I.
Yeah,
I feel like that's
agree.
separate. So then, next,
Okay.
seems
like
kind of
that.
weird, but people brought it up, so parking enforcement, people brought it up, so I don't know if we should continue that. It was only 2,
No,
but,
I like parking in a 2-hour model day.
Yes, me too, I said,
and we get a lot of traffic safety stuff on parking, so.
my biggest beef with parking is,
So maybe-
please don't park right up on the stop sign, because I can't see the stop sign.
Yeah, which we were
So
talking about.
parking,
Don't go steal our thunder.
Yeah, see, we're coming to that.
so it's just parking.
Parking enforcement is the way to.
Especially on Robin Hood Festival when I'm trying to run.
And then drug enforcement, that had 9
Yeah,
responses
that's
that
it.
people
Can
said.
we word that differently, because I feel like that's enforcing that you take your meds. Drug
I mean, I feel like it's a very basic way that people know.
Yeah.
Drug enforcement, people don't.
For police, I think they know what I mean. I don't believe that ties them to all of our houses to make sure we take our
You're
vitamins.
Allegra at your 19 routine.
I took my ginger root, I'm good.
Drunk drivers, I
Yes,
wrote that
DUI.
separately from traffic, because
What
that's.
if we combine, drug and
DUI.
drunk?
I mean, from a response standpoint, it seems like very different, right? A drug could be.
It is,
Okay.
I mean, because drug related could be your dealer,
Sure.
I mean,
Drunk driving.
what I would probably change drunk driving to impaired driving.
Yeah.
Because then that captures all our drugs,
I'm surprised that catalytic converters hasn't come up.
Impaired
We haven't
driving.
talked about that.
Well, and that's
Well,
something
this was
more
2018.
recent.
So it does fit in one of these other categories.
Oh, okay.
Impaired driving,
Mhm.
Yeah, I like that.
So that's good. And then, so thefts,
Mm.
and then followed by car break-ins, should they be together, or should they be separately?
Well, where are we talking, a theft from your home, a theft
Right.
from a business, a theft from Walmart?
So those were two, and
I think
yes,
car breaks-in and thefts are separate, I think that's a good thing.
yeah,
Because
okay,
there's also
so-
the door handle jiggle to see if your door handle's open.
thefts and then car break-ins.
Should we say
Or what if we
home
just
or
say car-
retail theft, like home /
Yeah.
retail theft, and then car break-ins?
Yes.
So that way you know specifically, okay, home and retail, like.
Yeah, it's a good call.
do we want car break-ins or, well, I guess car theft could be a lot.
Okay, car stealing a car. Stealing a-
We could have a catalytic converter box.
Are you being serious?
No.
He's making this very personal.
I was joking about it.
But I know what you're saying.
My-
40,000.
I was gonna say, is it assembled already?
No,
Okay.
unfortunately, they're still out and about.
So home retail thefts, car break-ins, impaired driving, drug enforcement, pedestrian bike safety, parking enforcement, traffic concerns / speeding, school safety, SRO, which I'll spell out, staffing / funding, community engagement, community safety, mental emotional support services for officers, enhanced response to community mental health emergencies. Okay, what else?
Growth of city.
Yes, good.
Can we just say
City
city
growth.
growth?
Again, I'm reading people's actual comments, but yeah, city growth.
Oh, did you have something to say?
Oh, no,
Or
He's so scratching. He was thinking.
I do want to comment, because so it says your top 3 priorities for the Sherwood Police Department.
I think people are just gonna like comment, yes, see above boxes.
City growth, is that?
City growth and
How many
accompanying
officers you
influx of
get?
crime.
Yeah.
Okay.
But it's kind of all of it, right, though, it's the staffing, it's the influx of crime.
I kind of feel like we should leave off city growth because
Yeah, just if it's not specific, it was not.
Yeah, because I mean, when I hear city growth, I hear houses going up, condos going up, that's all I visualize it.
We have, I think city crime coming to Sherwood is
That's
what
the
I'm.
growth but that, you know what I'm saying, that what they're speaking to is that when they say city growth, they're saying the growth of crime in the city.
I'm wondering if people are actually thinking more houses in my neighborhood
Yeah,
versus what,
Yeah,
what the intent of it is
like comprehensive plan
additional,
versus.
yeah.
Yeah, that's got nothing to do with the police.
Yeah.
That's not their fault, that's not their purview.
That's not
I
your
would
fault,
like to
Ty.
scratch the city growth.
I second
so we
that.
have a motion,
Actually didn't like say, I would scratch city growth.
does anybody want to keep city growth in, or is there any discussion around?
They have a properly staffed for city growth. One on here.
Oh.
Ooh, that's a different way of
That's a
saying it.
different-
Yeah, I like that.
But isn't that part of staffing? It's just an iteration of staffing. It's an add-on to it.
Well, it's like at our last month meeting where we had 2 officers join us. A point they made very clearly that stuck with me on a lot of, like I've come back to on other issues is if we are planning for the future, we're already behind. Planning for today, we're almost behind, but not quite. We're like right on target for the next year, almost is like the inference. And so I was thinking that applies to these, like, well, we have a staffing issue. Okay, if we can't staff for the next 10 years, we need to staff for what we need now, knowing that we're gonna get to that 10-year mark sooner than later.
Yeah, especially since we've already told them, are you aware of the staffing challenges? Right now.
I'm getting rid of city growth. We can write it back in.
And then probably the last one has to be like an other, right, where they can rate
Well,
comments.
it's just a comment box.
Yeah, or something that wasn't captured in the above, that they,
Yeah.
that we can give.
That'd be a lot
Comment
easier
box.
for Angie or any of us to look at one box versus try to.
One more that I saw that's on here that might be worth putting on is the response capabilities, just
Oh,
because
yes,
of the
that's
time.
right.
Well, but the times and the staffing, so I know when they're looking at growth and how many officers they have on the street, it's all related to times it takes them for them to get to an emergency and stuff, so that might be something that's
So maybe
important to
we-
have on there.
Like, we put in emergency response time.
Yeah, no, I like response capabilities, it kind of captures that. The problem is these all have just tentacles that web out because response capabilities can go into city growth and the concerns of equipment. Yeah, I mean, it could just spiral. So I think to just narrow it down and,
So say like emergency response capabilities?
just respond, emergency response capabilities, because then we can get rid of emergency response 911 down at the bottom.
We haven't had anything about homeless population.
There was one,
City Hall.
there was one comment on it, I mean, there was just one response.
Yeah, I just didn't know it has, I mean, it's
So I don't know.
changed in other areas, it
Times have
hasn't,
changed. Yeah.
it's not as prevalent here, however.
Well, it's because everyone's living in their car here and going to school. That's the problem.
But people could still comment on it if it is their
Yeah.
concern of the other.
Yeah,
boxes.
Sure, yeah.
I was gonna say emergency response capabilities, what came to my mind too is what's in the car? What do they have to respond to emergencies? Are they equipped
Well,
to
equipment
handle
was one
different
of
types
them,
of emergencies?
yeah, it just
Yeah,
didn't
it's
have
actually
enough,
right
it
there.
didn't have very many, but it was on there. Equipment
So-
wasn't-
Emergency response equipment and capabilities?
Well,
Or it's really more
Or
like
separate.
officer equipment, right?
emergency response time, I think would be a
Separate.
clear picture in everybody's mind what that means
So
versus
emergency
capabilities
response
could mean
time,
not just time, but are there equipment, are you equipped to handle certain? But it's the capability thing, right?
So then another box that's emergency.
How good are you at your jujitsu?
Yes.
Yeah.
So if we have emergency response time, and then a second one that is like officer equipment and supply capabilities, or just leave off
Training and
capabilities. Yeah,
Oh, officer training and officer equipment are two things in my mind.
Yeah.
why don't we just make those two separate boxes? Officer training, officer equipment.
They're kind of related though, aren't they?
They are, but then you're you're splintering off of CIT because that's training. So if we have that mental health component in there, I believe that was still in there, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So that's a training component for us.
enhanced response to community
Yeah, I mean, so,
mental health emergencies.
yeah, so that's training.
Yeah.
So, now,
Mental is a really separate animal though.
which one is?
Training.
Mental health response, I think that's a really separate thing.
The other part of it is I feel like people, maybe I'm just inferring because I'm on this board, people are going to recognize our officers are continually going to be trained, like, they don't.
We hear them at night.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, you're not, I don't assume an officer comes on duty at 8 AM and sits in a cubicle waiting for a call to come out, right? I mean, there's always ongoing
I'm loving the next one.
trainings and checks and.
I think what I don't wanna lose is, because this is the top 3 priorities, I don't want it to be so splintered that
Yeah.
we're losing something that is important because people are now deciding, oh, what does training mean? And then what is, what would you call it, mental?
Mental emotional support.
Yeah, and, so now they're like vacillating
If we keep
between
it
these.
more broad, then you're able to do.
Then it kind of.
What if we take off mental emotional and just say officer support services?
Yeah.
And in parentheses, we could put
Training,
equipment,
Yeah,
training, mental health, mental, emotional, like kind of give them those ideas of supporting your officer.
All right, we have,
I'm not doing, I'm just trying to make.
anybody second?
No, that makes sense to me, I think.
I think we should write these all out and then let us have everybody, because Chris isn't here, I'm sure he'll have.
Well, my thought was,
sense.
since I can't email to everyone, I can email like, here are my notes, chair, and you could.
Yeah,
you
give them to
and
Angie and have
Angie,
Angie discuss
Yeah,
them. And then our next meeting, we can approve the
yeah,
statements.
The
Our-
list.
Our goal was to have this out by November.
Yeah, that was it, on the. But I just kind of, if we're done with this, I'll be honest, in then reviewing the second list, concerns versus
Yeah.
priorities. Like, I guess, kind of what's the difference? I mean, of course I know what the difference is,
Because it-
right? My priorities versus my concerns. But I wonder if when they're completing the survey, are they like thinking that those two topics are too similar?
What if we combined questions 5 and 6?
No, because I
Into
think
that big checkbox.
you do, it may be a concern, but it's not your priority. I'm concerned my daughter's this, but I'm not gonna prioritize this. So I'm concerned that there's staffing issues, but I am not gonna prioritize it and fund it. They're very,
Like, my concern is school safety, but my priority is like.
traffic, right? Like, those things kind of happen. And sometimes they don't, but you can very much see where people will prioritize it. It may be a concern, but they're not willing to do anything about it.
Okay, any other discussion on that? Lori?
Yeah, I'm starting to think that maybe we should be saying, what are your,
Or rank them.
flip them.
Yeah, because I feel like we just made the boxes for concerns.
Yeah.
Or use it and then rank it. So first you have your concerns and then rank it, so then you see that prioritize.
Of your concerns, what are your top 3 priorities?
Yeah, what are your top 5 concerns, what are your top 3?
Yeah, no, I like that. That's a good call.
So, and I.
Yeah. Because the more I was reading the second list, I was like, it feels like it's bleeding into the first list. And then if I was not in this group, would I be confusing myself as to like, well, what's a concern and what's my
Yeah, that's
priority?
fair.
So what are your top 5 concerns? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, and then what are your top 3 priorities?
That would be, so question 5, I would say, what are your top 5 concerns? Put all these boxes in. And then question 6 would be
Prioritize them.
prioritize,
Your 5 concerns.
prioritize, I was thinking, talking, trying to write. Prioritize your top 5 concerns into top 3 priorities.
The only thing that's not on that list that I think, or maybe it is, but maybe not, is retention of officers, calling that out.
Staffing and retention, funding.
I think I don't know, do we need to worry about retention? I mean, the reason that officers are moving on is because we're a little dumb.
Yeah, I mean, almost like it's not, it's, I think that's more internal,
Yeah.
And retention falls under staffing, we're losing them, we're getting them, or.
Same could be
I
for
wouldn't say,
any reason.
I would just say prioritize, or rank them.
Rank your,
Yeah, just rank your concerns.
Your 5 concerns.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair.
so rank your rank your top 5 concerns.
Yeah, please
Right.
please prioritize your top 5 concerns.
For the into 3 priorities.
No, I
So
don't.
you've got, just say the top 3, or your 5. If you've got 5 concerns, why can't you prioritize your 5 concerns?
Yeah.
I will prioritize your, that's why I said prioritize.
I know we kept saying
Concerns
3, but
and
then
top
it's like, if
3
you give 5 concerns, but then you
Okay,
have
what
to
are your
prioritize.
5? We can
So
make
please
it one.
prioritize them.
We can make it just one question. What are your top 5 concerns in,
In ranked order.
yeah,
So you have to put a number 1, like your 5 in the box.
box.
Look at you, Lori.
That took us an hour to get there.
Just to kind of circle the wagon, I'm almost wondering if us spending this much time trying to figure out what other people want to read in a survey, if we just go back to the way it originally was. I mean, there's 78 people that did it. I'm sure we'll get more doing it on social media and stuff, but if we spent the amount of time just reading through all their answers on the survey as opposed to trying to figure out what they want to read, we might be better off just letting them do the survey the way it was originally intended and then go, we'll have to spend some time going through all the answers and grouping them. But
I think
it'll be
it's-
more than 78, I realize that, but if we're all working on it instead of just Angie, maybe that's a better time to spend, I don't know.
And there will definitely be repetitions in categories for sure.
I think using the survey as written from 2018 is tone deaf. I don't think it's going,
I like what we did. This,
I agree.
I don't think there's any other questions that are gonna take us an hour to get through. That one was the hardest.
I don't think we need
Yeah.
them.
I think we could clean
I
up the
was gonna say,
language.
Or 11 for
Yeah.
that matter, yeah.
If you
10 or
send
11.
some of the responses to,
Yeah.
simpler
Oh, I
questions
see.
going
Yeah.
for pages,
I don't think we need question 8 either.
especially if they're able to.
Put the language into question
Yeah.
7.
No, I think they need to know about that.
Yeah, but
I
could
think
we
they
put
need
that language into question 7?
Just so I understand, we're combining 5 and 6.
Correct. It's one
Yeah.
question.
Okay.
What, you missed that?
I guess.
You couldn't follow all of us?
There's another one.
You moved on, Ty.
Does knowing, like if you look at questions 7, 8, 9, it comes down to how many officers do you want on duty at any given moment? So does knowing we don't have a jail affect that, yes or no? And does knowing the average call requires 1.5 officers? So which half of the officer do you get affects your previous answers? Like, I feel like 7, 8, 9, we could combine with tighter language.
My concern with question 7 is if you know nothing about the Sherwood Police Department, you have no perspective in terms of having patrol officers.
You don't know how many patrol officers you should have.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
should we give some perspective in terms of currently we have X number?
During the day and X at night.
Yeah. But it's 25, is that enough?
I think the challenge is, because I've heard this many times from, I wasn't my constituents, no, my
Your
neighbor.
constituents.
Something you'd like us to know.
Really, Mayor Dorsey?
Yeah, but if they see a number bigger than, because they're not doing the math necessarily in their head when it comes to people who are in training, people around, say, let's say the number is 25. They're gonna think that's a lot, right? You think, oh, 20 officers, 25, that may sound like a lot, but there's so much like that goes into that.
And if you know there's only 2 on, like from what, 8 PM to
8 p.m.
I like though, Mike, what you're saying in that it gives the
during
actual
the day?
data first to say, this is how Sherwood, right? That right now, I like that.
Yeah.
Because that's
So like
a teaching
the
moment in the
thing,
survey to say,
2
I don't know
hours
how many people are
is
on.
nowhere
Yeah.
near.
Shoot, sort of thing.
Absolutely.
So maybe we
Well,
can make
yeah,
it,
in the two, that's, I like that.
I like that as a lead-in to say,
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that well.
I like what Mike was saying in the lead-in to it, is saying
Yes.
sort of a, did you know, that this many officers are on duty?
That's exactly what I said.
I like that a lot.
On average, this
Yes.
is what,
Because that's giving the data, so you're teaching in the survey, but then it's also asking, and so that might surprise them and also give them a chance then to answer.
So-
Does that seem like it's appropriate?
so on average, there are 2
on
officers.
average, 2 officers are on duty in a 24-hour period.
There are 2 officers on duty at any given time.
That's why most people are so surprised. I didn't.
Yeah,
Yes, it just, and to Brian's point, because people are trained, PTO, just a
Yeah.
variety of reasons.
Okay.
And especially at night.
so then if we say, if we say on average, there are 2 officers on duty at any given time in a 24-hour period, how many officers do you think Sherwood should have on duty at all times?
Okay, so why then don't we combine some of this information from question 8 and 9?
I don't think you need 8 and 9 personally.
I really want people to understand that if you have a domestic violence call, it takes 2 officers. There is nobody available for any other part of the city if something goes wrong, there's a TV call. And then if somebody has to take that person to jail, that leaves you with 1 officer.
But
I think that's important for people to
Don't both go to every call anyway? Don't you go to each call?
No,
Well,
but it's
to
required.
the, I mean, yeah, DV or a hot call, assault call,
Yeah.
there's gonna be a minimum of 2.
That's what I thought.
Now, to Laura's point, if we're down to 1, we wait for Tiger, King City. or
Right,
Falls
to come,
show.
yeah.
So, I mean, I like 8 and 9, but it's because we understand the impact more than somebody's gonna go, oh, they go to jail, what's that mean?
Yeah,
Um,
it's an hour.
So what if,
Minimum, or minimum, yeah.
Well, and we can say,
for example,
for the individuals to the Washington County Jail in Hillsborough, 1 hour away. Just add that in there for
So
context.
round trip 2 hours.
so what if we did this for question 7? On average, there are 2 officers on duty at any given time in a 24-hour period. If 1 officer has to take someone to jail, it's a minimum 1 hour round trip
2 hours.
visit, 2 hour round trip visit to Hillsborough, leaving 1 officer on duty alone in Sherwood. Given that information, how many officers should Sherwood have on duty at all times? And start at 2, like get rid of 1, because that's stupid. We're not gonna go down to 1. But what if we did 2 to 4 or 5 plus, something like that?
2 to 4 and 5 plus, I like it. Get ready, Ty.
So,
Because that makes it more general, but it encompasses 7, 8.
I like 2 to 3, 4 to 5, because 2 to 4, are they saying 2, right? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
There's no
2 to
clarity
3.
there.
Well, then why don't we just leave it, get rid of 1
Get
and
rid of
do
1 and say
2, 3, 4.
Yeah.
They did
5
4 or
plus.
more, so 5 plus. Okay, but do you like how I rephrased the question 8 about it's gonna take an hour?
Yes, 2 hours.
hours.
How, what's the average time that the officer has, because you don't just go in and dump them off and leave, you gotta do paperwork and sit and wait.
You try and get it done before you get there. It depends on how busy they are. So what are you, 35 minutes out there, third half hour in there? I mean, yeah, hour and a half best. So hour and a half, 2 hours, you're tied up.
So are we out of line to say an average of 2 hours out of the city?
I would say 2 hours offline.
Okay.
2 hours
Oh,
out.
that's-
Because once you take them into the custody and you're doing all your things and you're not even headed to jail yet. I mean, you're offline for 2 hours. You're
You're writing your
out of
report.
service, unavailable to respond.
Okay, I think I have the language, you guys ready for this?
What kind of, do I get the beep ready? Hold on, let me get the language beep
On
ready.
average, there are 2 officers on duty at any given time in a 24-hour period. If someone is arrested and taken to jail in Hillsborough, it's a 2-hour time period where an officer is not available to support Sherwood. And then say, how many officers should Sherwood have on duty at all times?
Yes.
Okay, how many, I'm taking control out, how many officers should
I-
Sherwood have on
what's
duty
the-
at all times?
Is the cell that you guys have, is that just a holding cell? That's not-
Do they
It's a-
still do a bus that picks?
So, they did, that was kind of a big deal, but it was swing shift hours and now.
Because I mean, on my ride along, that's what happened. that
You
we
witnessed
had-
it?
Yeah. Witnessed it. No, but it took the officer, I mean, it seemed like it was way even longer potentially than that because we had to wait for them to come. And so they were doing paperwork while they were waiting for the Washington County bus, is it right?
Yeah, transport bus.
Transport.
So, yes, it is a valuable tool, especially if they're down here in South Cities. And they can swing through and grab somebody to take them, and we have all the paperwork ready for them to go. They work only a set number of hours, and to your point, it could still be just as long because they're out doing other things. I don't want us to like lean out or just hang our hat on that. I really want us to be kind of self-sufficient and the impact it's gonna have on us. Because they're not out running transports at 3 a.m. And you're needing one officer just to kind of maintain. And we know that lots of things occur in the middle of the night. The one thing I was gonna ask is there any way that we message the population that we're serving? I don't know if people realize, I mean, we're basically 21,000 people. And if you keep that in perspective, for me, when I think 2 cops for 21,000 people.
What if we did an introductory paragraph, like, we appreciate your time taking this survey, some background information that will on the department,
Our
that will
Sherwood
help
Police
you.
Department supports a population
Yeah.
of so many,
There you go.
a certain number of residents.
I would say as long as it's a very brief and efficiently done.
Yeah,
No more
just
than 3
because-
sentences.
Are you one of Sherwood's 21,000 residents?
Well, that's true, I mean, when you're
Well, why don't I
asking
put
that.
it question number 1?
Yeah.
Are you one of Sherwood's 21,000
Like that?
residents?
Maria, that sounds good?
No, actually, I like the introductory bit better because I think that's more pointed.
But you can still put it in the first question.
Yeah, you can put it in the first question, but I think people are gonna gloss over that and not put 2 and 2 together, what you're trying to connect for them. Sometimes you just have to tell people.
Are you one of Sherwood's 21,000 residents?
Probably shouldn't say 21, 20.
We just got to.
No, we're 20,540, I don't know, it's like some, somebody will call us
plus.
out. It's not 21,000.
I'm gonna say 20,000 plus
There you go.
residents. Because, I mean, we should say like, are you one of Sherwood's potentially 17,000 to 22,000?
Are you?
Thank you, I'll say an intro paragraph. Well, we're gonna approve this next, meeting anyway, so like my notes are final.
And we are missing the business owners that aren't,
Well,
Here.
yeah,
so I guess we'll probably need to.
hey, I'm a business owner.
No, I meant, don't, you brought that Mason. I mean, they don't live here, but they work here.
We're not living.
Oh, yes.
So what if we say,
I like,
That's why I
so
wanted to
let's,
say
let's go
I
back to,
included-
well, let's go back, yeah.
put that,
The
May-
Sherwood Police Department supports a community of so many residents and so even the business and so many businesses, they support businesses too, right? So the business calls will go there, so, want a resident count and the number of businesses.
now, I like having the 21,000 in the question one. Are you I don't
But
like
yeah,
it, are you a Sherwood resident?
Sherwood residents fine. I was just gonna, for me, it's like, okay, 12 years ago when I came here, it was 2 cops minimum, and we weren't at 21,000. I kind of, that messaging of 12 years later, we're still minimum
Should
staff.
should we try to work in what other cities our size have as far as numbers of officers? Because other cities like Tigard and Newburgh, I mean, don't they have 3 and 4 officers?
But they're also
They're
30,000,
struggling
50,000.
too, so they may not be.
Yeah, I mean, their population's, another 5, 7.
Comparable. So
It's a comp, it would be a comp, absolutely. Yeah, there are minimums of 3s and 4s,
Yeah, because we're on the low end, and that was one of the things when we were running around doing this with the Robin Hood Festival a couple of years ago. That was one thing that really grabbed people's attention. Well, what are neighboring cities doing that are, comparable to us? Do they have 3?
Newburgh is 23,676. So
So the
Newburgh would be a good one to find out how many officers they have on.
The other thing we can do is, if we're putting this out on Facebook, the police department can do, their introduction of the survey, which then like I could share in the Unity group and say, as a police advisory board member, I appreciate you responding to this. We're a growing city, our minimum of 2 cops 12 years ago is the same today as it was then. I mean, we can put some of that flavor text in introducing the survey as well. So while I can have it in an introductory paragraph, we can still, introduce it through our comments.
And we want to be proactive and make sure that the community's voice is heard as far as, what they want to see with their.
Yeah, we're here for you. How can I help?
All right.
Wilsonville and Newburgh are the closest. Tiger has twice the population and Tualatin's like 31,000. So I wouldn't use Tualatin or Tiger, I'd use Newburgh and Wilsonville.
Wilsonville is that small?
23,725.
Yeah, but they're also serviced by the county.
That's what I was gonna ask you, are they serviced by the county? So let's not use Wilsonville. Let's use Newburgh.
Our comps, yeah, I mean, Tualatin is probably legit. I mean, they're a little bigger, but you're still.
They're 29, something, which you're right, it's closed, but McMinnville County, or they have their own?
No, they have their own PD.
So McMinnville is almost the same size as we are, so it's another one we could use.
So that was
The
quick
thing
and
is-
simple.
Okay, well, right now we have question 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, which is actually number 7. And then our last question would be number 12, 7. But pause a moment, if you do a Google form, it has to be connected to a Google Drive, which means the Sherwood communities need to have a Google Drive, should you? Cause like if I make it, it's going to come back to like my personal email or my county, but like I can do it and it would go to my police advisory board email. And all the responses would be in my police advisory board.
But you can give all of us
Which I can-
access to it.
I can give access and I can like turn over all the data, but it would be better to have it.
Well, have Angie do it then, Angie can create it, it will go drive.
She can, I'm just saying, do you have Google? Like, does
I
the
type in
department?
Google and it comes up, yeah.
No, but I mean, like,
Yes,
it's
you will know the
the.
answer to your question.
We can ask Angie if she wants SurveyMonkey or Google Drive, and she can decide which version she wants.
Good point, there's one, I live in
I know, Survey Monkey I like, cause it gives you a lot, it's just easier to use and,
I'll just say Angie's survey format,
yeah,
here are
what
the
do you want?
questions.
Yes.
Quick question, number 12, we're gonna keep that in, correct?
But
Yeah, but I think we need some other people here for that, I think that we need Counselor Young here, and I think we need Chris, because I think that they have some more knowledge on funding. I think this question could take us an hour.
I think we already went through this when we
Yeah.
first drafted this
Okay.
question, the last go around. I think the question is fine the way
You
it's
think
worded.
that, okay, because I thought that there was a question on, did we want to add in, anything, any other verbiage for funding?
or take out,
We need to take out those two sentences. No, yeah, just kind of, we give you one to support an additional funding source. And they just got done answering a bunch of questions. It's-
Yeah.
They should know. I
So
don't, I
what
shouldn't
if-
have to explain to them again, you know.
So just have it pointed, would you be
Would you
willing
be
to
willing to
support
support
it?
Yeah.
Yeah, all right,
There we go.
good job, Ty.
Well, because nobody
Actually, I'm
understands.
gonna say, are you
federal
willing?
fund, you know.
Who gives
Yeah.
a, yeah.
I'm not gonna be passive aggressive, I'm gonna say, are you willing? This is my sales, close and move on. Are you willing to support an additional funding source for the Sherwood Police Department? Period.
Yes or no?
Question.
Well, I meant period as
They have a choice.
Other
no,
about
maybe,
that?
and yes, are we fine with those answers?
Mike?
Yep.
I'm good with it.
Yeah.
7
Oh,
questions.
Great.
We're all nice.
Yeah.
Okay, can we check off number 5 on the agenda now? For the traffic?
Yeah.
I'm not running this meeting, but I'm ready.
All right, have it, all quick 10 minutes,
Traffic.
you need 10 minutes, how long do you need?
All right, do we have any, traffic safety update? Tablet.
I feel like she's got an essay.
Okay, I'll try to make it brief.
Don't make it brief, it's fine.
Well, we had our first in-person citizen comment, and it actually, it says the name on here, from Jocelyn DePriest from Cedar Brook HOA. And they have concerns in their HOA about kids playing and crossing the street heading into that area. Can you picture where that is at the roundabout? As if you're going towards the Laurel 80, what's that school called now?
The ridges.
The Ridges.
So just for bearing, I turned right on Meineke up at 99, I'm coming down into the roundabout there.
Yes, exactly.
Yes, and you're turning into that neighborhood right there, so it was
That you
the,
are
so it was the HOA president or just a person, member, representative from the HOA who came and they wanted to talk about their concerns with, they submitted, a form and we reviewed the form, but we,
Someplace with a tree,
they
with a bush.
trimmed back bushes
Right.
and yes, so I think, this person intended this time to say, you know, I know that some things were done and thank you for that, we really appreciate it, but we still do have concerns. So, we listened to their statement and then we did talk about it for a little while.
That's when we kicked her out.
Yes, because we weren't supposed to comment directly to the citizen, we listened to the comment. And, we did talk about it a little bit, we feel like we addressed how we could with, right, did we close it? We feel like we addressed the trees and the bushes and some of those that we,
And like our recommendation was for the HOA to get together and see if they could, on a volunteer basis, come up with traffic guards at appropriate times. 'Cause
or another solution that maybe would help them with that area, because from a patrol standpoint, it didn't seem like there were necessarily any concerns, and that area is heading in specific to that neighborhood. So their concerns really are specific to that
The
neighborhood.
residents actually.
So
The
more like a
residents.
neighborhood watch type issue than a,
Well, I don't know if they're watching for crime per se,
No, but I
but
mean-
more like they,
Well, they live there, they know it's a problem, they
Yeah.
can slow down. Is pretty much what that comes down to.
well, but then that roundabout heads up to Hanley, it heads up to the school, it heads up to.
all the way around, but this is heading
This
into
is
their
their
neighborhood.
neighborhood.
Was
Oh,
it,
that's all they're.
I guess I don't understand the concern. They wanted police presence for specific times for crossing or?
They actually originally suggested, like a flashing light even at their crosswalk right there into their neighborhood.
For students, like that kind of time, or just
Or
like
just
in
even
general?
pedestrian flashing,
Okay.
yeah.
In general, going across that intersection.
I mean,
So
in
it-
general, all of our pedestrians should have crossing to slow people down, but
So that's why it was, the requests, like, we could see the concerns and their, but then it's sort of, is that space more of a concern than other spaces around the city, which we do have some others along Sunset that are a little bit, I don't wanna say more of a priority, but maybe more affected by
It's more-
multiple people,
yeah.
so.
it's not just a neighborhood, that's fair.
Yeah.
So
So-
it kind of sounds like it's a very personalized, I mean, it's their neighborhood, whoever is doing it, it's their neighborhood. It's
Yeah,
not
where
like
is it?
there are people
I'm
just.
such a visual person.
I think probably what they see and their concerns are probably what they've been
Where's
for
the high
years
school?
is the apartments next to them have that thorough.
Oh, that area.
Yeah,
Pass through there.
that's 99 from-
They come out around to get out to 99.
Oh,
Right. And they talked about the pathway that comes sort of from the school, you can take the pathway that sort of comes out to their neighborhood. So they just had some concerns with the youth traffic, not driving, but just the kids and their safety in that area when people potentially are going around the roundabout or in the street.
It's really too far away from the school for the school to
Yeah.
get it all.
Yeah, there's.
I mean, there is a crosswalk there, and then you can see that. It's sort of like what's over by, Walmart.
Well, that's the thing is that people that are going there are going to that specific neighborhood, like they,
They live there.
or they're going to the orthodontist.
But that's the
Not if
other
they're-
side.
turning right, that's true.
They're going to the school or the orthodontist if they're going all the way around it.
Yeah. So they get the very.
So that's sort of what we decided as well, so.
That kind of sounds like they need to be doing something inside their own neighborhood. I mean, that's not like the rest of the town is just barreling through there, it's somebody who lives there.
Lives there in that area, yeah.
Yeah.
So some, like,
So it makes me wonder if they're coming in traffic safety, hoping to have a patrol to like catch speeders.
well, but you can't speed around that.
Yeah.
It's that they're not paying attention to the kids and there's probably people that are driving and they're driving aggressively and not paying attention for kids, is what is happening.
But I do think for the community too, no one understands, costs and how difficult it is to put up flashing lights and stuff like that. If you just from the outside looking in, that's an
Sure.
easy fix. We should have flashing lights here.
Yes, but it's not free.
So that was a new comment and in person. And there was some, maybe we talked about it, but up by the YMCA on Woodhaven, there was some, we suggested or recommended painting yellow along certain areas of the curb where they weren't supposed to park up to the stop signs. And it actually was determined that the city was going to use, is it like a sticker or a, it's supposed to last a little bit longer than paint, and they want to see if it actually is going to maybe be more durable than having to.
Where?
Between the
Like I'm
YMCA
very familiar with that area.
The YMCA
Oh,
and
the park.
Hostler.
Up to Hosler.
Mhm. People were parking too close to the intersection or too close to the stop sign,
So
they're
we're
not
talking,
supposed to.
yeah, so we're basically talking from like Fitch to Sunset, where the Y is.
No, not all the way up there, it's where, my
Hostler's
understanding
back
is that there
farther.
is where.
Yeah,
Oh, that direction.
it's
Yeah,
if you're
because
going
it's so
north from
narrow.
the
Cause you're
YMCA.
going, to Middleton, you're dropping your kids off and walking up to Middleton.
But you're
No,
not
it's-
parking there to
People
do
are
that.
parking, people are parking in that section a lot of
That live
times.
in the condos.
Yes, that live in the condos.
So
and
yeah,
they're
that's
parking.
horrible because you
So
can't get
people
to
had
there.
concerns that when they were pulling out of Hostler, that they couldn't
You can't
see
see.
visibly to turn onto
Got
Woodhaven.
And 20
So-
is too fast.
So we actually resolved that and, we resolved it, but we came up with a solution for it, I know. And instead of painting yellow, they're going to try out this new product and see if it lasts longer on the curving.
Great.
But they also said so far that the patrol has been by and people seem to be following it and parking back farther. So it seems like that solution worked.
Excellent, good job.
So we'll see.
What about, so continuing that, if you go up Woodhaven to Sunset and you can cross right there, not going down to Pinehurst and crossing, but right there, has any more been discussed?
That's kind of in a long-term study.
Well, the sunset itself is.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that intersection, which is a school crossing, is that the one you're talking
No,
about?
it's before that one,
It's on.
and a lot of
is
kids
it
actually
on
cross it.
Sunset?
Oh,
It's-
well, the one by the water?
It's actually marked across.
Yeah.
But not all of it.
Yeah.
Only part of it.
That's actually,
It's like
it
this is-
that is another, so that section, Woodhaven and Sunset,
Yeah,
and then,
Timbrel is. the next
Timbrel
one.
and Sunset and Pinehurst and Sunset, all huge, I shouldn't say huge concerns, but all concerns that we're getting a lot of feedback from the community. And so that actually is being lumped into a bigger project that the city is going to work on to do a PED study and a traffic study as well, but all the way sort of down to Sunset
Down to
because of
Archwood,
those.
maybe, because there's.
Potentially, they said that farther than initially they were thinking, also because the traffic has increased to the high school, both foot and driving. And so those areas are going to be addressed at a slightly later time because we want to capture a larger area and not just try to make little
Piecemeal.
changes to, and we can't make very large budget changes to those areas separately anyway,
Yeah.
so.
And one of the issues that came up too was turning off of Highway 99 onto Sunset.
People are coming in hot.
Yeah, and it goes from two lanes.
This to one, and this other lane over here goes up, you have to know to get over.
Exactly.
And then there are concerns that the school, where the school sort of zone flashing is right at that point where people are
gearing up to go
merging, and there's just a lot to see right there, and then there's that left turn lane to go onto Woodhaven. And sometimes then you can't see people waiting across the street right there, so there's kind of a lot going on there now, but there also is at Timbrel, and it's apparently, which I didn't realize, the city engineer explained that it's also Timbrel is a wider section of the road, so the crosswalk isn't even just straight across.
No, it's
diagonal. Yeah, so all that is being lumped into, it's probably 3 or 4 different items on our traffic safety,
Yeah.
but it's being lumped into a larger project of a PED study, pedestrian count study, and then.
Hopefully my
Another
kids
thing
are
that-
almost killed again this year.
Makes it a little tougher too, is that 99 is not a Sherwood control street,
Right,
so.
neither is the
state-
45 mile per hour by the high school.
Yeah, the state's involved with it.
Which I have to talk about that too. So, on Elward and Edie, Edie has been, there was some information posted on social media about some of the progress on Edie and, about the city working with the county on some changes, but also from just a straight speed standpoint, because that project includes other things, some sidewalk improvements and some pedestrian and improvements, but just from a speed standpoint, it's my understanding that it's been submitted and approved by the county and it's now at the state level. Is that correct?
That's my understanding.
Is
Okay.
Albert the one that like Edie cheese into Albert?
Elward is the high school. road.
Elwert is high school.
And then it has an E.
And so the
They just put in a new stoplight.
Yeah.
And then, so the submission is to reduce the speed to 35 on Edie and also on Elwert. And Edie, at least in
All the
the
way to the
city,
stop sign or just to the stoplight
Yeah, cause
on
we
which
can't,
street?
on E, so you get past the high school.
Down on Edie, which is not the one with the high school, but Edie is going to be 35 the entirety.
This way.
And that one again, because of what happened and also just because of some of the
Oh, right,
information
Edie goes this
thereafter.
way.
That one is approved by the county.
Elward High School.
Right, so the Elward, there's a stop sign at Elward and Edie right here, right?
Yes.
And you keep on going Elward to Shoals,
Yep.
Sherwood. Will it turn back to 55 at that light, or will it stay 35 all the way to the stop sign at Shoals, Sherwood? I think,
The Elwert, well, probably once it gets out beyond that, it's county.
I imagine it's kind of still.
It's already
55.
county.
It's 55 now,
I don't know what they're gonna do, if they're gonna,
past the stoplight.
yeah.
It's, I mean, I'm just wondering, I take.
And there actually, there was also conversation with the city that Edie potentially could maybe in the future become a city road.
Oh,
I
Um,
think that's the goal.
Yes, and that's the goal because the city would have more control over it. But the city also said they want to be careful about when to do that because they don't want to take the road when it potentially, in their opinion, needs all these improvements.
Yes.
You know, they wanna
Fair.
come to sort of a partnership when they take the road, that they have something set up for the improvements that they believe in.
So is there any way to get the speed limit down to 20 in front of the high school while it is county owned?
In front, so there is the school zone, but do you mean up to that
Stoplight.
stoplight?
Like
It
if I
can go-
come in from Sunset and I cross 99, that's not 20.
Yeah, well, it is 20 up until you get to the high school, so the roundabout is 20. And then up to where you get, it's interesting because then the closer you get to that stoplight, then the speed goes back up to 45 when you're heading to where the kids cross. But,
That's what I'm saying.
but it's because it's a county road,
Yeah, so
it's
is,
complicated. And then apparently there's also complications with taking the speed from 45 down that low to like a 25 speed, even if we were to do 25. So they submitted it to go to 35 because that apparently is more of an acceptable to reduce it to 10. I don't know why that is, but that's part of the process that they were talking about in the meeting.
Yeah, I don't understand all of they have formulas.
But they said that it's very complicated to take a speed of 45 on a road down to a suggested like 25. So they've submitted it as a reducing it to 35 at this point in hopes that they can get that approval, and that has to go to county first, and then it has to go to state. So they expect that the ED will be approved first, and then the L work potentially will be a maybe after that.
I mean, it's not super easy to get to 45 on the 50 feet in front of the light. So I understand your concern that it stops like 50 feet before the light.
well, and I'm thinking if you're coming in Elbert from Edie or anywhere over there, isn't it 45?
It is up to the stoplight, yeah. But the amount of traffic that is there, I don't know that I ever, outside of school hours, I mean, I drive that road all the time to and from Olivia School, so I don't ever, you can't, there's cars everywhere.
Was there any other hot topics?
And then I guess.
Oh,
What did I miss? Do you know?
Well, I thought the biggest issue of the evening were, Langer homes exiting from Walmart to the, from the Target parking lot.
Oh, that's such a disaster.
Yeah, that was actually very confusing, lots of near accidents. Had a lot of discussion with different options of what could be done. No resolution, everybody agrees it's a major problem.
Why can't I put a stop sign in there?
Well, the city wants to discuss it
Oh, okay.
with city engineers and try and come up with some larger solution
Try to
for that, plus the roundabout, which I think is the most powerful roundabout in the country. But there's just no resolution on that at this point.
That is just.
The city has reviewed it in the past, and because when it was built that way, they had engineers, involved, of course. And then when the crosswalk with the lights was installed, they had further engineer study. And then when the roundabout was put in, so they've done studies, and then the traffic crash data doesn't support any changes. So the hard thing for the city is that
It's
it
education of how to.
it doesn't say
We're not
that
having
the data.
accidents,
Correct.
but it's.
But it causes a lot of confusion, and there was videos submitted that showed near misses and an actual accident. So, the city's
Well,
going to
wasn't
review
the
that.
flashing light put in because there was a pedestrian that was hit?
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly. And then last thing, piggybacking off of Lori's issue with parking in Old Town. Bob Glavine, the city is researching that because of the poor visibility with people parking up against the stop signs, which according to state law, you have to be 20 feet back from that.
Then that needs to be like marked out like
Well,
loading
the
zones
confusion
or
is that a
something.
lot of the
Looks
parking
like spot.
spaces look and are marked.
They are
as-
marked.
Yes.
Be a spot right there in front of
Yeah,
it,
exactly.
because they put the little extension of the white line to create.
And
parking
it's a
spots.
T, not an L. I looked in front of my hairdresser and it's a T.
But
It's a cheat.
while I was looking at that.
So if you look at it, the T's allow you to park on either side of it, right? Rather than the L that says, no, you have to stop here. It's a T.
That's what I would think.
I will take them outside, I will show you what's a T.
They're all over down there.
Yeah.
Bob-
Is that right?
Yeah, right up there on.
I was like, oh, wait, there's got some.
I got really excited.
He's gonna tell you about it.
What is happening? What's happening?
There are some political issues with businesses concerned about losing parking spaces and all that stuff. So Bob was actually doing a review of how many spaces would be lost and what could be done to make it visible that.
That's the
this is
stop
not-
sign.
And I believe that the city said that they also have corrected some of them, that they could that were just painted. Some of them
Well,
are
they have
laid
these
in.
They're laden with brick.
no parking, this sort
It's
of-
kind of bumpy when you pull on it.
But, so it's still kind of an ongoing problem.
They need to put up
But
like
they have made some
spikes.
issues there.
I have one more thing, pedestrian bridge. Can I give a quick?
Yeah, go.
99 pedestrian bridge. So the design is now 100% complete
Not yet.
and they said it ready for bid. No? They said the design, just the design,
Who's the they?
city engineer.
Okay, we'll go with it.
Okay, the design is not 100% complete, but it's really close. And they said it's ready for bid.
Okay.
I thought we were big.
And that the bridge work and community response with the art and lighting that's going to be on the bridge is going to be a next step of a survey that will be coming soon.
I thought we already had this bridge bidded and funded and we were just waiting for the freaking Lego to be put together.
What
Am
does
I
that really do?
No, Megan, to be fair, I also thought we were farther along.
Because-
than what you just said.
Because Tim Rosner's council page, like, he keeps updated on the things that happen in our town. I could have sworn it was like, okay, we've done this and that's.
This is the design we're doing, this is the timeline we're going. That's how I
So you
read
pick a
it.
design though, but then you have to pick a contractor to build the
I
design.
thought that they had already.
Yeah, you're looking at
Oh.
2024 before you'll see it.
Yeah,
Which I did know. I did know that it was gonna be at least 2 years from now.
I think
That's
it'll
At
be,
ridiculous.
I think it'll be faster than that.
Yeah.
It's just, the reality of it is the 100%, then all of those, and then putting the Lego together, it's gonna take a while.
and
The director said they take a little
and I'm sure
longer.
there's, rising costs, there's all that.
Yeah.
too, that are gonna-
Well, and the Meineke one is supposed to be like 21 million, so that's taking longer and that involves ODOT. It's a big cluster. But I got
What
this,
did he want what?
yeah, to raise up 99 so that we can go underneath. Instead of two bridges, it's like Sunset Bridge and Meineke.
Oh, for the
Somehow I
Cedar,
missed
the
that
Cedar Creek Trail? I don't know if that's in play. 21,
I don't think that, I
I'm
haven't,
not sure, I've been out of the loop on that, I've just been just paying attention to that bridge, so.
Now we're making.
just burst her bubble.
But look for the lighting and art survey. Because that's gonna be good.
Yeah, this is where Kim would have been handy, could have clarified some of those.
Yeah.
I just know the Penn Bridge is, or it'll be 2024, for completion of that.
Well, it's before Parker hits high school, so fine.
Seems like a long time ago, be here before we know.
Yeah.
All right, Mike, what's on your list?
An interim solution for the bizarre 3-street crossing here at Villa Wildlife Haven and Railroad. Over by the-
Oh, by the trail to, what is it?
Yeah, there's 3 streets that can fit in on angles. The overall solution is going to be added to CIP to standardize that intersection, but on the interim basis, we moved it past the bollards, which are big concrete things that block traffic, and put up on Villa and Park. So that block up those 2 streets. Should be getting moving. So that's,
Can I still walk around?
so,
Can I still walk around?
oh, yeah. Yeah, bollards are just big. Drinking
Holes.
thing, bigger.
For us short people, they're a real pain in the backside to the sides of your cars when you can't see them very well.
So,
That's it.
okay.
Well, thank you both for being a part of that debate. And I know it definitely serves the city well. It's one of the things that much needed. Now that we got it, we get a lot of engagement with those. So, thank you very much. We do not have, like I said before, a council review today. Staff reports, we've got about 15 minutes to cover that time.
I'm just gonna talk really quick, just because I had some things. I don't think you mentioned it, I just gonna continue to throw the date out. Our gala for next year is 4/28 of 2023, so mark that on your calendars if you haven't. Citizens Academy is coming up in October, so if you guys are interested in attending, did you do it last time? If you're interested in attending, it's 10/20, 10/21, and 10/22. See, I had to get corrected in the last meeting. So if you have an interest in attending, shoot me an email and I'll give you a little bit more details on what is gonna be required for the attendance.
I'm gonna be in Austin, we're gonna talk about this.
We just extended job offers for the 2 vacancies. I shouldn't say vacancies, are kind of overhires that we were approved for today. So that being said, that allows us to start backgrounds and just kind of
For
vet.
those who retire, the projected retirements.
So we'll start vetting those and hopefully they work out. And then there's a lot of conversation around the second SRO. And I met with the new superintendent and so there's support to figure out how that and what that's going to look like in this next coming year. And I think you heard that Miss B, who is now Miss, well, Beauty is her name, but she'll continue to be Miss B, is certified and up and out and working with Corey. And will continue to do so until we have a handler identified in the next few months that will then take over. So it's all dependent on a training course for the new handler.
Corey will then be office.
Yeah, so he just stayed on with Miss B just to get her up and going, and it's just it's a long commitment to stick with another dog, and so he recognizes that and gives somebody else an opportunity to work a dog for 6, 7, 8, 9 years. So he's been really gracious about that and put a lot of time and effort into this, and he'll get whoever the new handler is up to speed. And then I know somebody mentioned it, our new captain started 3 weeks ago, geez, already. Dan O'Loughlin from Hillsborough PD. He was
Captain Dan,
Captain Dano is what he likes to go by.
does he have legs? Does he have legs?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, yes. He spent 21 years in Hillsborough and left there as a lieutenant and comes with just a lot of skill set and knowledge that I think we're gonna benefit from in a lot of good ways. So that's my
So we have 3 captains now?
2-2. We have Captain Carlson, John Carlson, and now we have Dan. Because Dan replaced me.
That's right. I knew you had one.
Yeah, that's it.
Captain Dan came to our last traffic safety meeting too.
Oh, good. Yeah, that's right. He said he did because he's gonna be taking over.
Yes.
Yeah.
He was twitching by the end.
I thought, oh, I'm gonna give you the easy group.
All right. Let us see, citizen comments, let's see, I was not made aware of any.
Is there anybody online? I don't think I see anybody. I see 3 people on there. I think that's the 3 of us.
Yes,
Me, Mike, and Arthur. So we're good.
are you there, Mike?
He's asleep.
Yes, I am here.
There you go. Do you have any input to the meeting as thus far? I want to make sure I don't miss out on anything.
Would you like to say anything?
No, I don't. I wish I was there in person. It sounded like a good spirited conversation. I will be there next month though, but no input.
Okay.
On question 7, 8, and 9.
I'd like to rework that. Could you please use
You
the
can
word?
vote next month on that rewording.
I like the word the.
There is no more business to discuss. Do I hear a motion? So.
Adjourn. Second.
All right, we have a move to
Aye.
adjourn, we have a. All in favor?
I.
Did I cut you off? Did you have something important?
I'm seconding, I'm sorry.
Mike Meyer, do you want to get in on the eye on that before I say all opposed?
He may be cut off.
No, he's
No,
there.
okay, it's back.
He's trying to be, he's trying to talk.
We have a motion to adjourn, Mike Meyer, do you approve? Are you in favor?
He's already done.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, in favor. Sorry.
All opposed? Very nice. This meeting is now adjourned. Thank you all for joining us this evening.